capture device. I don't know how the audio is. I should probably check the audio. I think this is using a different microphone this time. I'll check the audio, see what it's like. Maybe it's good enough. Testing 1 2 3, audio test. La la la, blah blah blah. Oh, it's probably not as good as the lapel microphone, but it will do. I could probably do with a bit more volume, so let me add a filter for that. Blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Hello, hello, testing. Maybe we use a bit of compression as well. I don't know. Is it worth getting my lapel microphone out? Maybe I could do that. I could talk, but I can use this for now. Oh right, so carrying on with the work on recreating my first ever fully assembly game. What fun. So in my little sprite engine on this very constrained system, I'd got to 6 sprites, and then I wanted to time slice the sprites, and so I tried a bit of that yesterday, and you see there's quite a bit of flickering going on. The funny thing is the flickering isn't actually happening on my screen, so it's drawing every other frame. That you see it a bit there, right? So basically my sprite engine is broken at the moment, and the problem is that in order to do the time slicing, so I could just move a sprite every other frame so I can have more objects moving on the screen, I ran into the problem that I have a kind of a buffer, like a front buffer and a back buffer, because I need to prepare the drawing before VSync and then use the fastest blitting possible during the V blank period to avoid snow on the screen. So the way that I was doing it, I realized, made it very difficult to actually do the slicing, because it would rely on the using buffer 1 and buffer 2 every other frame for all sprites. So then if the time slicing was such that it would need to reverse the sense of which buffer you're on, like for one frame you don't move the sprites, and now the sense of front and back buffer is changed for that one sprite, and so that is a problem. It means I need to change the way that I do the main loop. So I'm going to just try and do that. It's a bit of work reorganizing the main loop. So my main loop at the moment is here, And so it does an update, which is like a gameplay update. And then it prepares the drawing of the sprite. Then it waits for a VSync. Then it clears the previous sprites and draws the new sprites. Then it does another game update. And then it moves the new sprite for this frame. And you can see it's doing it, and here it was in buffer 2, and then it does it in buffer 1. And so the loop actually has 2 VSyncs and 2 updates in it. And this is absolutely fine until I have the need to you know, be able to pause the movement of a sprite for 1 frame. And you know, it says I don't draw for this frame. All right, but then when it draws the frame after, it's going to be using buffer 2, let's say again, and the clearing information is in buffer 1, and the whole thing gets confused. So what I'm going to do, this is one of those cases where I thought it's clever just to sort of do it this way, to switch between the front and the back buffer, but I'm going to have to make it work without that, so that I have just 1 update and 1 VSync. And then I need to remember which sense every sprite is independently for each sprite, as to whether it's in buffer 1 or buffer 2. So this way the different sprites have different, you know, they independently could choose whether they're currently on buffer 1 or buffer 2. So I'm just going to try and change that. So if I have to move sprites 1 or 2, I'm just going to change it to move sprites, and then here I'm just going to change this to draw sprites. They don't exist, so I'm going to have to write them. To kick things off, I need to draw everything at the beginning, so for that I'm using these 2. I'm going to leave those alone for now. So my move sprites 2 is going to become move sprites. Now we're going to have that up here. Actually, I can split it like that. So yes, move sprites, which was move sprites 2, and there's just going to be 1 move sprites now rather than 2 move sprites routines. And it has to either battery low, please charge now. I actually don't even need my headphones, I don't know why I'm wearing them. So what I need to do is to have it choose between move sprites 1 or move sprites 2, depending on the circumstance. I should check to see if the stream is actually live or not, because I've done this before where it turned out that the streams weren't live. Oh, it does look like it's live. Okay, excellent. Right, so and then I've got other rubbish I've added here, which was to do with the slicing. So I'm going to just get rid of the slicing concept for now and just make this work with the new kind of architecture, the new structure. And then I'll try to reintroduce the slicing. My plan. Hey Refly, how you doing? Hi, good to see you. The slicing actually worked. So I did try just operating the slicing on the update on its own, and then the sprites just would draw. They would redraw themselves even if they didn't need to. For now, and that actually did work. So I know that my slicing algorithm basically worked. It's one of those, this is an integration bug, because the slicing worked and then the don't draw the sprites worked, but then when you put the 2 things together they didn't work. So alright, so I think one thing I was experimenting with were draw flags. So I don't think I need them. Draw flags for the front buffer and the back buffer. I don't need them anymore. Whether to draw. You know what? I don't think the draw flags are a good idea. So I'm just going to get rid of them, and then I'll get errors, and then I'll be forced to remove that and tidy it up. So that goes away, and that goes away. Also checking to see whether I should draw or not from the sprites flags. I can get rid of that. Load A sprites, that's is normal code. And then I've got a jump here because that jump became too big before. I'll just leave that. And that was move sprite 1 or sprites 1. I'll come back to what I really need to do about that later. I might be able to get rid of it. But here we have the draw flags cleared, which I need to get rid of, and then load the sprite flags and test the third bit 2. All of that can go for now, and then this will set the draw flags. That can go, and then the move sprites routine is very simple. Let's just go through each of the sprites and call move sprite 2. But now I need to call either move sprite 2 or 1, depending on whether this sprite is currently in buffer 1 or buffer 2. And so how do I do that? Yes, I use an if statement because I have a move sprite 1 and a move sprite 2. So the best way is to really just check a bit, and that bit doesn't need to be in buffer 1 or buffer 2. It can just be a sprite flag, which I have here. I'm just going to get rid of, or reset these all back to 0 because they were saying slice me, and I'm just turning off slicing for now. But I can use one of the bits of the sprite flags. I think I wrote down somewhere what the sprite flags are. Now, so each sprite on the screen, which the engine will be supporting 16 sprites in total, which I need for my game. This is a recreation of Letteroids from 1980 that I want to do. I've been meaning to do this all my life, so it's quite exciting that I'm doing it. Draw, because I don't have the source code of the original anymore, draw, sliced, and slice. Now draw was, do I draw this sprite? Is it disabled or enabled? And when it will be disabled, it wouldn't disappear from the screen, but it will remain on the screen because they're drawn by exclusive or plotting. So this is the type of programming that is very different from way everybody makes games these days with engines. So everything is redrawn every frame. It's just the way it's done. And usually you have a front buffer and a back buffer. So while it's displaying everything on the screen from a frame, it's drawing the other frame, and then when it hits the V-sync, it swaps the two. And that's the way it's done. But you couldn't do it that way on this home computer with 6K of RAM and 6K of VRAM. There wasn't enough memory, and there was actually no mechanism for having a front buffer or a back buffer. And so you have to be very clever about what you do. And what you do is you don't have a front buffer and a back buffer, which is great for latency. It actually means that this game originally, I mean, what some of the clever stuff I'm doing might increase latency, I don't know. But anyway, we'll see. But the original game was a latency of less than 20 milliseconds or one frame, because there's no forward buffer, front buffer or back buffer, and you just can't do that anymore. And so it's one of the big problems with emulating retro games, is that you just don't get you have this latency and you can't defeat the latency. And of course, like so many things, it's not considered important because it's actually a really tough problem. But people don't realise that it spoils the enjoyment of the classic games. So it really kills me that all those classic games that I grew up on, and pioneers the video game industry grew up on, we've got everybody playing them on emulators, and those people playing on emulators might not really enjoy the game and might not understand why it was fun or whatever, but they aren't having the actual experience. It's a sad thing. Anyway, was the ACORN Atom your first computer? It was not. My first computer was the ACORN System 1 with a calculator display and a hex keypad, and I programmed that in hex. The ACORN Atom was my second computer, and it's the first one with a monitor. Well, even that's display, but that's not quite true. I did start a project. I need to continue it at some point to recreate a monstrosity that I created out of my ACORN System 1 when I was 14 or so. I had the ACORN System 1 and a project for a video card, which was in practical electronics, and I managed to track down that article, the article from like 43 years ago or whatever, and I built that from the project in the magazine and connected it to my ACORN System 1 and had that to a TV, this old black and white TV that I loved, which was nicknamed Tito. Because at the time there was a dictator in a country called Tito, and he would never die. It was a thing. It's the kind of the politics of, you weren't even sure if he was still alive, and they just had a body double, or they just kept on pretending as though he was alive. And it was that era. And so for some reason I gave this black and white TV that was still limping on, I gave it the name Tito. So I actually wrote some games for that. Those were my first games. I've got nothing that survives and so on, but I digress. So technically this would be the ACORN Atom would be my third if you counted this combination of the ACORN System 1 and a graphic card as number 2. Anyway, much digression. So the bits here, the draw bit, that will be set if the thing needs to be drawn. Bit 1 is set if in the particular slicing pass that we are in right now it has been drawn. Because with slicing, if I say I've got 5 sprites, I want them to move one at a time every frame. So it will recycle itself every 5 frames, for example. Everybody's moved once in every, on every frame. So to keep track of that, I use the sliced bit. The slice bit says I want this to be sliced. So I've got plenty of bits. I'm going to add a bit for, let's use the top bit. Also, there's a trick if you use the top bit. Top bit is special because the top bit represents positive and negative numbers. So when you load a top bit in, you immediately can check whether or not respond to whether or not it's set by doing a branch if minus or branch if plus immediately, because that's how it works. But we'll so I'll use that top bit for this, save a few cycles. Top bit is which buffer I'm going to call them A and B now, because I'd had buffer 1 and 2, but that really... alright, B1 or 2. I suppose I still am calling him 1 or 2. So this is, if it's cleared, it's going to be bit... If it's cleared, it's buffer 1, and if it's set, it's buffer 2. Right. Let's just see if this compiles a minute, because I'm making too many changes. Value not defined, draw sprites on line 248. Let's go find that. So draw sprites does not exist yet, because I have draw sprites 2. No, that's going to become draw sprites, because that will also need to switch between the buffer, whichever buffer it is. And let's see, try again. Line 340. What do we have? Draw flags. I got rid of the draw flags, we don't use them anymore. So, yeah, I don't need that anymore. Don't need that anymore. I'll leave the labels in case they're useful. So, ooh, that's interesting. Well, I really didn't expect it to work yet. It's a case of making sure it compiled. Okay, so probably what's a good idea at this point is, because as I'm making these changes, I need to track whether they are, in fact, things are behaving correctly or not. I'm going to do JSR update. No, here. Before I go into the loop, I'm going to do jump halt, which will just get the CPU stuck in a loop. So all being well, I will just have the initial positions of the objects. Now I've got two characters on top of each other, which way A and C. Are they really drawn like that? Have a look at the position. A, B, so yes, they are right on top of each other. I was probably testing something. So let's try putting this at 80 and 40. I put C right on top of something else, so that's funny. 60. Right, so there I have A, B, C, D, E, F. I've got my 6 sprites, and then it just halts at that point. Now, when we do the move sprites function, which is here, we're only moving in the second buffer, but what I need to do is check which buffer. So I can do load accumulator sprite flags. That's it. Sprites flags, comma X, and this way I've got myself the flags for this particular sprite. And the way I'm going to do it is, if the top bit is set, no, if the top bit is clear, it's normal, which means it's, buffer 1, and if the top bit is set, it's going to be buffer 2. To know if it's set or not, I can do a branch if plus or minus. So what I'll do is branch if minus, which means the top bit would be set to, say, this. So right here we have, well, I need to move sprite 1. and then sprite to buffer, sprite data 1, draw buffer 1. So this calculates the address that we need to write this into memory, arranges a shift as necessary of the sprite left or right across the bits, and then copies that rotated sprite into the draw buffer for this sprite. So that's fine. Otherwise, I've got a label 4 here, because once that's done I should jump to label 4. Maybe it's quicker to do clear carry, branch of carry clear, branch of carry clear to that, which is great. Right, now if on the other hand the minus flag is set, it means that the top bit is set of that flag register, and instead of using buffer 1 I use buffer 2. So that means that now we have a bit that represents whether to use buffer 1 or buffer 2, and furthermore, upon doing this, we need to invert that top bit, because after having do I do it when I invert the bit so that next time it uses the other buffer, but this is too soon to do that here. I need to do that after it's drawn. This is preparing for the draw, but it hasn't actually been drawn yet. So I think that's fine. Let's just make sure that it runs. No, we have an error. Line 315. 315. What is it? Just the annoying dot there. Right. So this is okay. It compiled, or assembled, I should say. So that was move sprites done, and now we need to do a similar thing for draw sprites. Now currently it's drawing the second buffer, but again I need to do this kind of test once more. I'll load the sprites flags. So I check if this is minus, and if it is, it will go to draw sprites 3. A label there. I don't know. I don't necessarily need to use that semicolon. So I get that onto draw sprites 3. And I think in this draw, yes, that's right. After drawing the sprite, I need to say clear carry, branch of carry clear to that. Now, according to the state of that top bit of sprites flags, it'll either do a draw. Well, I've got that wrong. That should be draw sprite 1, and now I do the draw sprite 2 here. I don't know why that comment's not really relevant anymore. So Draw sprite 2, draw sprite 1. Now, after having drawn it, then I can change the sense which buffer this particular sprite is going to use. I'm just thinking, how can I... And interestingly, I've just loaded the sprite flag in, haven't I? I can set it now. I can flip it now. So that would be exclusive OR hash $80, so that's exclusive OR with the hex value 80, which is the top bit being set, and then I can store it back into the sprites flags. I could just do this once if I check, but I'm going to, no premature optimization. We'll just do that. So otherwise it jumps to here, right? And I'll do the same thing. The EOR exclusive OR, it's going to reverse the bit. Exclusive OR with a bit, with another bit, it will change. You can think of it as it will invert any bit where you are exclusive ORing with a bit of 1. So that will flip the top bit. I store it back into the sprites flags, and so now every time we do a draw, after the draw it will flip the bit because the whole thing can work again. In theory this should now work. I should have the sprites moving around, but wait a minute, I need to remove the halt here. Now it's probably not going to work, but you never know. Well, that was close. Yeah, cool. The sprites are drawing, but they're not clearing. So it's not crashing though. I think about why that is. Now, that's almost as if it's not changing always using the same buffer. Let's check the naming convention of the labels. Draw sprites 2, 3, which is this one. So we load that branch if minus. Here, otherwise flip the bit, draw the sprite using draw sprite 1, or otherwise draw sprite 2. Draw sprite routine, it's very straightforward. So comes the thinking. Branch if minus 2, 3, then I sprite number 2. I load the sprite flags indexed with my current sprite, which is X. Branch if minus. This looks correct. Let's check move sprites. Branch if minus move sprites 2, 3, in which case it moves sprites using sprite 2. Otherwise it uses sprite 1. Move sprite 1. And that looks correct as well. Let's check the main loop. Main loop, I do an update. Move sprites to prepare for the draw, do the vsync, and then draw the sprites and go back to the update. That looks correct too. Well, I'm not seeing the problem yet. I need to check all uses of sprites flags to make sure that they're all indexed with X, which they are. All right. So it's almost as if it's not flipping the bit, isn't it? So after I draw the sprite, I have loaded sprite flags, comma X. I do an exclusive or 80. I store it back into the sprite flag. I don't see anything wrong with that. All right, I think I need to do a simplification, which is let's just go to one sprite. It's not clearing the sprite. Think about this. Do the draw. It could be to do with the initial draw that I do. That could be confusing things because I have to sort of start off by putting them on the screen. I tell you what I'm going to try is just to comment out these two things and see what that does. Yeah, it didn't change anything. I didn't expect it to, but again, that's a simplification. It draws the sprite, but doesn't seem to clear it. So let's take this a step at a time. When I do the update, it sets what the coordinates of the sprite are going to be. Then I do a move sprite. It's going to set up the draw buffer, the first draw buffer 1. And that's where it's going to draw it. But you see, I then need to clear it. I think the problem is that it's drawn in buffer 1. When I come to draw the next frame, it needs to clear 1, but what I did was switch it from the one buffer to the other buffer. So it's actually, there's a bug. I think in my draw sprites routine, which has to do with I check if this is minus, but in actual fact, I check to see if it should plot in 1 or 2. But what should happen is I should plot the new one and 2, and the old one stays on 1 because that's where the data is on that one. So a simple way of solving that is to just change this from branch if minus to branch if plus. The clear draw is on the other buffer. So reverse the check. Now we'll see if this works. I'm kind of doubtful. Yeah. I was a bit doubtful that, because that wasn't what I would see. So although I think that is true, well, I tell you what I need to do is try one draw. Okay, you know what? Let's go to the start here and do the initial draw, and then it's going to do update, move sprites, draw sprites, and then I'm going to halt. Okay, it's just a simplification so I can see what is going on. And we just have a letter A. See, what's interesting is that it looks like that worked, because I don't see two A's there. It's not, it cleared. If it did move it, it must have cleared the old one. Now I've got I can do JSR delay instead. Add a JSR delay in here. Now what that will do is slowly execute. It's probably still too fast, so I need more frames. I suppose I could put a loop in there, but yeah, it doesn't seem to be moving, does it? So let's try. No. I've still got other stuff lying around here. Skip update loop. Oh, right. Okay, I don't think that really matters. So, because none of the bits are set. If I do jump halt, try again, and let me actually right, so that's actually not moving, which is a bit weird, because that, I don't know which one is being drawn here. I could do a cheat. I could change the thing here just to see whether it draws the second time, because I've got nothing to go on right now. There's the sprites image thing. I could just modify that after I draw the A, and then it will try to change the sprite from an A to a B, and then that will help me see if it's actually is trying to draw the second one or not. So was it sprites image? So sprites image, if I store the accumulator in that, and if I load into the accumulator immediate one and store it in there, I am now, this is a debug, is change the sprite image. Okay, it's not drawing the second one at all. Something else is going on here. Now I can test to make sure that that debug line is actually working, because that could be something wrong with that. Always check your assumptions. So I'm going to go and look here before it draws the initial sprite. I'm going to change that to 1. I'm hoping to see a B now. There's something that went a bit weird there. Let's try that again. Oh, I have an error. Oh, I hit I hit F10 and my editor inserts a log line. Okay. That's obviously was syntax error. So that's changed that to a B. I'm going to leave it like, well, leave it like that. And then after, it's going to change it back to an A. So if I do that, even if it doesn't move, I should see, it's should change to an A, but it hasn't. So it doesn't seem to be drawing at all. I wonder if is it broken? Did it crash? There's a way I can check for that if I turn off VSync. Because then it will be continually writing to the screen and I should see noise. But I don't see noise, which means it's probably crashed. Now I don't have a debugger. That's worth using. So how do we debug this when you don't have a debugger? And I don't even have a log. I don't even have a... I've got to debug this without logging either. Ha. So JSR update, move sprites. There is a thing I could do to see if it's a crash or if it's a halt. This is a bit cheeky, but I can go in here and simply do increment an address, and the address I'm going to increment is 8,000. So this is going to be stuck in a loop incrementing 8,000, which is the first byte of video memory. We should see it counting here, but it's not going to be subtle because it's doing this all the time, so it's going to clash with the video reading the VRAM. We'll get a lot of snow. I just thought of that. And we're not getting that. So let's test this new halt. Oh, wait a minute. There it is. There's obviously a long delay, a longer delay than I thought. Right, well, that's good. This is useful information as I can tell the difference between a crash and a requested halt. This is a halt. It's still under control. Let me get rid of the delay. I'll comment it out for a minute. Now it should jump in there more immediately. Oh, it's still a big delay. Ah, that's these delays up here. Try again. There, okay. So it ran to this halt and everything was fine with that. And you can still just see there's a B underneath. Now, that's annoying. I can't see the screen when there is when my halt is executing, so I'm going to make the halt more useful. And there's a greater use in my halt by just doing a VSync. So I'm adding a VSync to the loop. Now it's going to increment the first memory of the screen, byte of the screen, but it's going to do it on a VSync, which will get rid of the noise. But what you can see in the top left is this counting. So what you're looking at there is 1 byte. There's 8 bits, counting in binary, where each bit is a pixel. So now I can see the screen. So this is all useful. I like my new halt routine. Now let's see where we go. So what's a bit annoying is that I drew the sprite and then I try to draw the sprite again, but it doesn't draw the second time. I'm trying to draw it using my buffers switching stuff. Now if I turn off the buffer switching, it should work, right? So that's what I just worked on. So what I'm going to do is look on the move sprites routine, this one. This check here is the one that branches around move sprite 1 to use move sprite 2. It's essentially an if then else thing, if then thing. Alright, so that will always use buffer 1, and then what I'm going to do is the same thing on draw sprites. It is always going to use buffer 1. This is just getting things under control again. And now you can see that it has actually drawn A and then B on top of each other with a movement of 1 pixel, because that sprite is also moving. So it drew the A and then moved down and drew a B on top of the A, and with exclusive OR, so they cancel out where bits overlap. Alright, so that's good because now I know exactly that everything is working as I'd expect, even if I haven't solved the problem yet. So let's go take a look at what we can advance here. Now when I'm trying to draw in buffer 2, it didn't work. So I suppose a thing I can try is force it to use buffer 2, and then we'll see what happens. So to force it to move buffer 2, well, that's the weird thing, come to think of it, because I'm executing one loop and stopping, so it's never going to be sort of switching back to the other one. It's just not going to do that. So it should be the same. So in other words, branch of minus, they should do nothing, because the sprite, that bit is already cleared. So that's a bit suspicious, and I don't have any code anywhere that would, well, I do have code that will change it. So what I'm going to do is just comment out the code that modifies the sprites flags wherever I see it. Now this is modifying sprite flags, but it's not, that isn't modifying the top bit, so I'm going to leave that alone. And then down here, that's initialized to 0. That's on move sprites and draw sprites. Okay, and I'm going to pull that back. Oh. Ah, that was the branch of plus. Well, let's see. Let's see what it does. So this draws the B and doesn't draw the A. Now the reason it didn't draw the A is because that bit is cleared. Because I tried to change the sense. I'm not convinced that that's correct, so I'm just going to go and I need it to make sense, so I'm going to just leave it back with the minus. So if the bit is cleared, it's going to draw to 1. And let's see if that's going to behave right. Okay, so now it has drawn A and it's drawn B. What it didn't do is it didn't clear A. Because what I'm looking for is that it drew the A, or B actually, and then draws A. So it drew the B, then it's going to draw the A, but when it draws the A, it should clear the B. The first one I've got to put down there, which for some reason it is not doing. Oh, I think I realised what it is. Oh, I've been chasing my tail. Because I have to draw both. I'm only drawing one of the buffers in here. Draw sprites is either drawing one or two, but in fact it needs to draw both. One to clear the previous and one to draw the second. So why do I need to check anything here on? I always draw both. When I draw the sprite, I always draw both. I have to clear from one buffer and draw to the other buffer. So I actually don't think I need to check this at all. I think, yeah, you know, I think this was nonsense. Let me just undo that then. So if I load the sprite, this branch, the EOR and the store, I'm going to get rid of. The draw sprite one I keep. I get rid of this and this and this and this and this and do draw sprite. Oh, I hate it when I do that. Draw sprite 2. So it's draw and clear. And because of the fact we're using XOR, it actually doesn't matter the order in which they're done. They can be done any order you like. It really doesn't matter. So, and then I need to flip. So what I'm going to do is I'll worry about that in a minute. I just need it to get to this point in a way that makes sense. No, that still doesn't work. And that's really odd, because it should be clearing the previous when I do a draw sprites. Let's check who's calling draw sprites. That is what I am calling. I am calling draw sprites. That calls draw sprite 1 and draw sprite 2, which don't have any sort of fancy code in there. Boom. Why does it not clear? Because when I came to draw the sprite, I drew it over the original buffer. It needs to draw it on buffer 2. That's why. So this gets drawn in buffer 1. This move sprites must use buffer 2, but currently it's using buffer 1, which is wrong. I'm going to put comment in here. This is fine. We'll get there from here. So what I'm doing is use buffer 1 for the initial draw before we enter the loop, and then after that is like switch to buffer 2 for the next draw, but there's an easier way of doing that. I'm going to reverse, because I know it's cleared, right? I'm just going to reverse the sense of that test. So when it comes to move sprites, right, I removed the test in move sprites. No, I didn't, it's here. So here is branch if minus, but it's actually, I need it to use buffer 2, and it's going to use buffer 2 if the bit is cleared, because it's cleared by default, so I need to say branch if plus. So this way it will actually use buffer 2 to draw the first sprite. So hopefully in this way, here we get that, which is what I wanted, right? It sort of draws B, and now it's switched it to A. It correctly cleared B away, and it's given me A. Right, so that is good. Now, after having drawn, so the draw sprites routine doesn't care about A and B, or buffer 1 and buffer 2. It doesn't care about buffer 1 and buffer 2 because it always draws both, which is fine. So I can put the switch of which buffer we're doing inside this routine instead. So it's always updates the draw buffer on a buffer 1, buffer 2 basis, and when it comes to draw, it just draws all the buffers. So it makes sense. So what I need to do now is is to flip the sense of the sprite flag. And so to do that, I have loaded the sprite flags into A. I'm going to do E or 80. So that's going to flip the top bit, and then I'm going to store it back into sprite flags, like so. And I need to do that here too. So this is flip the buffer to use next time, is basically what's going on here. So flip the buffer to use next time, and I should be fine. That shouldn't change anything, so let's do another test. What's the testing now? We've got that worked. It was a B and then it became an A. We can't see. If we want to really see the B and A bit, that should be possible. What I'll need to do is put a delay inside the V-sync. Then maybe we can see it go from B to A. Yeah, there, perfect. B, A, see? I wasn't making it up. As I draw B, it changed to A. All right. I'm going to leave the delay in there so that it moves slowly, which kind of will help with debugging, right? So that's pretty good. Now, I'm halting after it draws the sprites the first time. It's time to remove that, and if I'm lucky, it will just work. I like. So now this is working with the new system, which is great. And hopefully I'll be able to time slice this one, which was the reason I had to rebuild this. I have this working with one sprite. I'm going to go to 6 now. Does this work? Okay, so clearly I have a bug. It worked fine with F. Now what's significant about F is it's the first one that's drawn because it starts with the end and works backwards. So the first sprite works, the other ones are messed up. Let me test the theory that it's the end one, just to be sure. If I go and put in 5 sprites, you can see E is working fine every frame, but F isn't. So put it back to 6 sprites, and there we are. Now I have to figure out why. So what that looks like is what? Well, the most obvious thing to check is to make sure that I have indexed the sprites flags, because I did that the other day, as I just didn't put the comma X on. Oh, yeah, so that's like not good. If you don't put the comma X on. No, I put the comma X on. So this means that every sprite has got a different flag, so they're not interfering with each other. So that exclusive OR is tied to any particular sprite. It's very odd, therefore, that I see one sprite different to all the others. Now the weird thing there is that the other letters are actually moving, but you never see them move. F gets broken if I comment out those lines, just as I would expect. These are moving. They are moving every frame. That's very odd. So what happens when I go through, I need to check the loops here. So if I move sprites, decrement X, branch if minus, otherwise jump back to sprite 1, and then it continues from there. That looks correct. This draw sprites. One of the problems that you get with assembly programming, is that you can literally jump from one function, from one subroutine to another, and that's exactly what's happening here. This label is wrong. I wonder how long that's been in there. So what's happening is when it jumps branch shift plus, that's beautiful. When it does branch shift plus, it jumps to the other function, the other subroutine, and then this one doesn't have a draw sprite 2, so it's only the first one that gets the draw sprite 1 and the draw sprite 2. All the others don't get both. That's exactly why we see what we see. So all right, well, I'm not too upset about that given how quickly I found it. Don't need that label anymore. All right, so I think that will fix it. And I'm right, it did. Okay, so this is beginning to look really good. We're going to go from here to the start. Under start, I'm going to get rid of this, which changed the first sprite to B, and then here changed it back to A. I just get rid of that. Now we won't have that weird thing that happens at the beginning where B changes to A. That's looking good. If I get rid of my delay, it will run at full speed. And there we go. Oh yeah. Wonderful. So I'm back to having my sprites working. Now I need to get the time slicing to work. First of all, I will check the time slicing. The non-optimized time slicing works. That's when it calls the update on the time slice, but we'll still draw them. So to test that out, what I'm going to do is on sprites flag, set the sprite flag for the first, let's do it for the first 4 of the sprites, and then what I need to do is set in here that the slicing cycle is 4. So what happens then is that it starts off with all the bits, if you will, cleared, and then as it draws the sprites, it sets a bit. The first one, it sets a bit, and then doesn't draw any of the others. Then the next frame, it will draw the next one, and then it draws the next one, then draws the next one, until you get all 4, and then it will check for clears instead of sets, which because they're all set now, and so it uses that method to figure out when it should skip things. Weird, how did that work? I don't know. Anyway, it worked. I'm just thinking, I can't remember quite one part of how I did it there, but so I don't know if you can see that E and F are moving faster than A, B, C and D, because A, B, C and D are sharing their move. They're moving at quarter speed in effect. Maybe this can be seen if we put a delay in. Thing is, I'm finding this fun, even though it's obviously not easy. Now, and this is wrong as well. This isn't quite working. because they should be moving. Yeah, exactly. I just, sorry, as if I'm talking to myself. I was just remembering what I said before about I'm not sure exactly how I did that one part. It's because I didn't deal with that one part. So it is sort of working. The problem is that they're all moving in the same frame, which is misses the whole point of the thing. So they all move every 4 frames, when in fact what I want it to do is share that moving across those 4 frames. But I think I can fix that. But that's what I definitely need to fix now. So what happens there is, if we look at this is handled in the update here, and it's this code here. So what I do is I load the sprite flags, and then I clear the bit that says yes, you should draw. I may need to, no, that's fine. So bit 3 is set by the update routine if it says yes, I want you to update your graphics. So that's fine. So it starts off by clearing that, by ANDing it with hex FB, which is bit 3 cleared, because it's 111 1111 for the F, and then the B is 1011. At a certain point you just talk binary, even after 40 years. Yeah. FB, clear bit 3. Alright, so that's cleared because I load in the value of the sprite flag, and then I AND it with 11111011. That clears bit 3, and then store it back in. That's these 3 lines here. Then I AND it with 1 because I'm checking the bottom bit, and I'm seeing whether that bottom bit is set or not. And if it is not, if it's cleared, which means we'd have 0 after ANDing with 1, then it branches to update loop 2. So it skips the rest of this slicing check. Otherwise, it needs to reload the sprite flag again, and then it's going to do an exclusive OR with the slicing bit. And that's absolutely fine. When the point with that swapping the slicing bit is that's how it knows it has drawn it in that cycle. Now where the bug is that it's going to continue doing that for all of the sprites in this cycle. When it needs to stop drawing, it needs to, once it's drawn 1, it needs to not draw anymore. How am I going to do that? I need to have a flag. So do I have a flag? I do. Slicing bit, and currently that's just used for the sense in which we are sensing whether or not things are drawn, as in, are we in the phase where it's clearing them or that it's setting them. That was bit 2, and now I've got a use for bit 1. I'm just going to comment that there. So bit 1 is equal the polarity of whether drawn in this cycle, and bit 0 is going to be the new one that I need, which is stop drawing sliced this cycle. Maybe it's better if I do this. So yeah, that's straightforward. Now they take our blah 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 blah. This here is where I'm checking the slicing bit. What I need to do is see if I should not right, if Okay, this one here is check. Right, you've got a comment in here. Should this be sliced? And if the answer, if branches, if equal, if that bit was cleared, I need to do a second test, which is this slicing bit. And I've got an optimization opportunity there. If I load the slicing bit into the accumulator, do I have a no? I don't. I'll need to reload it. I suppose I could do weird things with rolling, but I won't get. I won't go there just now. So if we do load accumulator with the slicing bit, I need to then yeah. It's straight down. Yeah, but that's the weird thing. It's fun, and I think that's the bit that is the missing piece in everything, including life. It's a metaphor for life. We optimize the hell out of everything until things are not fun anymore. And there's, you know, what's the point? What's the point of all the clever stuff that we do if we're not having fun? Or to put it another way, we've got all of the technology and expertise and all the experience of making films, but an absolutely great film like Puss in Boots: The Last Wish has to sneak under the radar. It's like, why is not every film like Puss in Boots: The Last Wish? I'll tell you exactly why. It's because the people involved in the whole process, they all forgot to have fun. It's not. And if you have fun, and then the audience has fun, and then you have a financial hit on your hand. Oh, look at that. How nuts are human beings? Very nuts. If I seem a little bit nuts, it's because I'm a human being. We're all nuts. And I am especially nuts about the fact that human beings are nuts. That drives me nuts. Making puns is hard with a chat delay. Yeah, I imagine that is the case. We need yeah, I don't know. We need a problem. We need to, yeah, latencies. Latency is always a problem. It's always a damn problem. Anyway, where was I? I'm just distracting myself. All right, I'm here. I load the slicing bit and I mask off all the bits except the first bit. And the point is that if the slicing bit is, I keep feeling I could optimize this, but let's do it later. If the slicing bit is set to 1, it means it's been drawn. In somewhere it needs to be cleared. No, that's fine. I know exactly where it needs to be cleared. The slicing bit says in this cycle, stop drawing sliced sprites because the sliced sprite has been drawn. So in that case, if it's branch, if not equal, skip update loop. So this is basically saying do not update if a sprite from the group has been already updated is the idea. So that's what that's doing. Let me try this. It should actually not change anything. Yeah, that's correct. It's still not working right because I didn't say I need to do one more thing. I loaded the slicing bit into the accumulator. What I want to do is load the slicing bit into the accumulator again, and then OR it with one, and then store it back. And so these 3 instructions here, they are doing indicate that we are done with sliced sprites this cycle. Right. Now, well, if I do that, what I would expect to see is that it will stop drawing any slice sprites after the first cycle. We have a problem. We have a label name in leftmost column doodah. Label name not in no, not in. Label name not in leftmost column. No, it doesn't quite scan. Doodah 393. If I say anything that confuses you, tough. So that is correct. It went ahead, did its thing, but then stopped. The other thing is that we'll need to look at and see whether they all moved at once. I'm hoping that they'll actually move in a staggered way. Let's just try that again. So it goes like... No, alright, it moved them all the first time. So that's wrong. Oh, maybe not. I think the emulator can be a bit funny when it starts. You lose some frames, so maybe I'll just do a delay. A big delay before it starts. That's not quite right. That was turned out to be a huge delay. I'm waiting there forever. The clock. It's the wonders of modern technology. Where did I get this clock from? On the face of it, it looks like a pretty smart clock. First of all, it's a radio clock, so it always shows perfect time. It's got a built-in thermometer, built-in hygrometer, and it's a radio clock. It should be accurate to the second. The problem is, I got it from the middle of Lidl. The middle of Lidl is a terrible place. It's wonderfully designed. It's very ingenious. It's basically, it knows that when it comes to the weekly shopping, and very often people who are inclined to, I'm treading carefully here, people who are inclined to be more interested in traditional shopping than tools and household stuff. It can be within a relation, depends on the relationship, that they get dragged to the place, and I'm lucky because my partner doesn't really like shopping any more than I do. I've got my wonky glasses on. Yeah, so what they did was to cater for those people who, you know, end up otherwise twiddling their thumbs. They invented the middle of Lidl. and it works, you know. And it's weird. It's like you go to a supermarket, and then in the middle of Lidl you can find arc welders. It's something quite charming, really, but you've got to be a bit careful because some of the stuff in the middle of Lidl is in the middle of Lidl for a reason. And this clock was in the middle of Lidl for a reason. Because it's brilliant. Very happy with it, except for one thing. That every now and then, for no explicable reason, it shifts by 2 hours. And I'm afraid it's in one of its moods. It's like... So I hope we got... middle... The diddle of Lidl, yes. But anyway, what can you do? It was cheap. All right, anyway, where were we? So I think, looking at this, it's not working because I would expect A to move, then B to move, but there's a delay, and then suddenly in fact A, B and C didn't seem to move at all. I think only D moved. Yeah, only D moved, and then D stops. Oh no, that's perfectly right because it draws them backwards. Yeah, for that frame. No, that's good. For that frame, only move D, because it only moves one. And then it doesn't move anymore until the end of the cycle. I haven't put the reset of the cycle. We're good. Right, let's go to slicing count. Because at the end of my update, no, right, that's incrementing the slicing low day. What? Decrement the slice. All right, so at the end of the update, it decrements the slicing count, which was 4. When slicing count reaches 0, it means that we've ended the loop of the slicing. Oh no, it is broken. Because it moved D and it won't move D again, but it should be then moving C. So, okay, right, yeah. I know, I do have a bug. So let's have a look in the update for what's going on there. Are you clear? Should this be sliced? Branch if equal, otherwise load the slicing bit. We end with 1. And if it's not equal, we skip. Oh. No, that's not correct. Oh. I need to stop moving until the next cycle. Yeah, I'm just too much ranting and too little focusing there. I actually need to clear that this bit 0 of the slicing bit actually needs to be cleared every frame because it tried to draw them within one frame. The reason why this is tricky is because I'm holding in my head 2 loops that are going on. One of them is the drawing loop, trying to draw the sprites. The second one is the slicing loop. And so it's actually difficult to hold 2 loops. I'm not the only one with that problem with the clock. What, did you look it up? Maybe there's a you know, a firmware update for the clock. I might be better off just taking the battery out. Yeah, here comes a very old joke. I could just take the battery out and at least it would be perfectly in time twice a day. Your apostrophe. YouTube is full of videos about this clock. Has anybody solved the problem about this clock? I didn't realise the clock was a meme. Thank you, the middle of Lidl. The middle of Lidl Diddle. Alright, okay, so what needs to happen is I need to reset this not once every slicing cycle, but once every frame. So let me look at this, what I did with the slicing bits, because it's like, yeah. Do I need to do that here? So this is the update loop. When I finished updating everything, we need to clear. I'm messing around with the... Oh, and then it does decrement the slicing count. Right, so this here is... I'm going to decrement the slice. So what I need to do is load the slicing bit, load A, not LSAs, load the slicing bit into the accumulator. And then we AND this with an immediate value of FE, which is clearing the bottom bit, and store it back into the slicing bit. And so that operation will clear the slicing bit at the end of the frame, so that next time when it scans through, it won't draw the ones that it drew in the previous frame, and it goes until it finds one that it moves. When it moves, it then sets that flag, and the flag says stop trying to draw sliced sprites, and at the end of the frame it clears the flag that says don't draw the thing of sliced sprites. In fact, coming to think of it, this is not in the best place because I'm putting it at the end of the frame. In actual fact, it might as well just go at the beginning. So clear the stop trying to draw sliced sprites flag. I find that if left alone, although it's currently been like that for about 4 hours, if left alone it corrects itself eventually. But we will see. And I don't know how it corrects itself because I've never observed it. It's just I come back and it reset itself. So it's a bit of a mystery. I mean, what does it do? It's 2 hours behind at the moment. So maybe at some point, mysterious point where nobody's looking at it, it just goes, it sort of catches up. I don't know. Let's see if this latest thing fixes my... Come on. Oh, that's sad. Well, D is working. You see the D, 1, 2 is moving one step every 4 frames. So we've got one working, but it doesn't draw the others because there's something wrong. Let's have a look. So clear the draw bit. Should this be sliced? Oh, it... So when does it... All one slide... It indicates that we're done with this. It does indicate that we're done with it when the slicing bit... I mean, sorry, when it's actually said, yes, we are going to draw. Oh no, I have it in the wrong place. So it actually checks if... No. I think I'm putting that in the wrong place. The instructions to say you have now drawn something is in the wrong place because it will say it even when it doesn't draw it. It needs to go here. Because we're done with sprites, slice sprites this cycle when we draw. So I had it in the wrong place. Let's try this again. Come on. Oh, that's sad. That doesn't work at all now. If the slicing bit is set, it will skip trying to do any update. Otherwise, you load the strike flags. Oh, it's not quite right because it's any sprite, even one that isn't sliced, being drawn is setting that bit, which then prevents the sliced ones from being drawn. So the actual pattern has to be: should this be sliced? And if not, we go to there. Otherwise. Oh, I just need to put it. I just need to put it here. I had it in the wrong place. Right, so there it's because it will fall past this if it's not being weeded out. It means no, we are going to draw. If we're here, we are going to draw a sliced sprite, and at that point it says stop with sliced sprites. This frame. I got there. We got there. It's teamwork. Look. A D C B A D C B A D C B A. Right. Okay. Like it. So now what I need to do is to get rid of the delay. We have a delay here. Boom. Sprite should sponsor the, yeah, okay. Refly, if you can get a deal for me with Sprite on that, you'll get 10%. No, actually, you get 50%. Because remember, 50% of nothing is nothing. As I can imagine the talk of this. So just how many people do you have on your channel? Gosh, I was wondering if I had a YouTube channel that had like 1 million, so that I did videos with 1 million views, I'd be able to make my own video game. Sorry, forgive me. It's a funny old world. So this, well, I'm making my own video game. This is great. What have we got here? We've got slicing. So now the question is, can I do the slicing and turn off the sprite movement? But before I get on, imagine having to wear a sprite cap. I'd do it. I'd do it. I would do it. You think I'm proud anymore? Yeah. Anything. Except NFTs. I'm not gonna. I'll leave NFT. I'll wear a cap, but NFTs, no. Anyway, so I need to get something to drink, apart from anything. So I'll be right back. Spread the word, by the way, and then who knows, maybe one day. That would be funny. I wish I thought of that. So I have slicing, but the slicing is only working at the moment in terms of, it's cheating. Even if they don't move, they're still being redrawn. Something which I said is I have a choice over, because I'm not using double buffering. So I can draw something on the screen, and if it doesn't move, it costs nothing. The Pepsi Man game. I don't remember that. Maybe I should think, because it's good to have a backup plan in general. So maybe I should think about monetization. And maybe I could sell my own branded soft drink. What do you think? Would people be into that? Dino Brew probably exists. I don't know. I mean, all kinds of people is it so stupid? I could try doing something else that I'm not qualified to do. I could try that. Pick something I'm not qualified to do and see if I can make it successful at it. Let's see, what was it? Dino Sour. That's it. That's a sour. Perfect. I mean, how could you know what? Refly. We're gonna be rich. I think it's time for me to announce that I'm going into a new line. I'm going to be manufacturing soft drinks. Why not? I could. I've got nothing about soft drinks at all. But yeah. Oh, Dino Sour. Easy money. Yeah, Dino Sour. You've actually come up with, you're great. You came up with something that nobody's thought of before. Dino Sour is completely new. No, it's not. It's not completely new. I think it's a misspelling. I think it's a common misspelling, actually. I don't know. Anyway, never mind. And to get back to my main line of business, which is not streaming. Well, it's not really into game development either. I'm going to see if I can get this optimization part in here, because then I can move a lot of sprites around, you know. let's start. So if I had number of sprites 6, but what I'm going to do is set the slicing cycle also to 6, and then set 6 slicing bits here, so they're all sliced. And that is exactly like it was originally in my game. Because I think I could only move 2 sprites back then. I mean, it was my first assembly game, video game. So in order to get the 10 letters to animate and not have noise on the screen, I time slice their movement. So I'll need to get to 10 to recreate that. But let's see if I can bypass the drawing of the ones that don't move, otherwise this is pretty pointless. And what I did was I changed the system so that it should be able to handle it now, as the sprites remember whether they're in buffer A or buffer 1 or buffer 2. And that was conflicting with the way I was trying to do the slicing before, but that should work now. So I think it comes down to let's do it in steps, because I've got the draw, the move and the draw. The move in effect is preparing the graphic data for the draw. If I start with the draw and just don't do the draw, that's a good step forward, because if that works, then I can, after that, not do the move as well. So we'll begin with draw sprites, this routine here, and I'll need to check to see whether the object moved that frame, and to check that the object moved that frame I need to look at the update wherever that went, up here, and if it does, load a slicing bit and 1 branch if not equal skip update loop. Load a slicing bit or A1. So at this point I actually flip 2 bits, because bit 2, or the third bit, is the one that says that you should be drawing or not, which was cleared here. So I think that's all set up. So what I should do is go to the draw sprites, wherever they were, draw. I've lost track of where it was. Oh, it's up here, that's why. This routine. So before clearing the previous position and then drawing the new position, I need to check to see if this particular one should be drawn at all, which is sprites flags X. We'll get that, and then we do AND it with 4, and branch if not equal no branch if equal. So branch if the bit is cleared over the draws, which is here like so. I need to be sure about the naming convention here. So this is draw sprites without the 2 in there. There we are. So that's fine. So in theory, that should work. Oh yes. I need to get rid of that delay at the beginning. I can't stand the excitement that I'm doing that. Flipping heck. That's brilliant. So now it's not doing the draw when it doesn't need to do when it doesn't do an update. Now I need to see if I can bypass the move sprites function, which is here, move sprites. I'm going to just tidy up the naming convention here because I don't want to be falling foul of jumping to the wrong one. So this is move sprites. Okay, that looks fine. So this move sprites routine, I need to not move the sprite if it should not be drawn. And this I can put this test here. So I load sprites flags, comma x, and immediate for, and branch if equal move sprites for. Alright, so if I load sprites flags x and with 4, and I can go boom all the way down to there. It's going to skip if not updated this frame. So with a bit of luck, this doesn't break anything. Oh, it didn't even assemble. Target out of range. 333. What's it jumped out of range? This branch here is too big a jump, and it probably just happens to be over a 256 byte boundary. This is always an annoying thing. So what I'll have to do just for now is I do branch if not equal around around a jump. I'll worry about that. You do that optimization at the end. Like say put this code at this address or whatever. Anyway, that works. So that's success. That was the main thing I was aiming for. Is to be able to slice those sprites efficiently. So I now have 6 sprites on the screen moving slowly, but they only cost 1 because each one is moving once every as you can see it there. Which is nice because now I can have loads of sprites. If I don't want them to move very fast, I can have a ton of them. So I think it's time, it is now time for me to add some more letters because I need to get to 10. If I'm recreating the original game, I had 10 letters. We're going really well. This is going to speed up now because I've been working effectively on my graphics engine. And you see, this is the thing. This is programming on a machine from 40 years ago, but essentially it's the same. The same issues, same considerations, by and large. There are some things that you don't need to worry about here, like for example memory breaking the cache, because there isn't a cache. That's why you can unroll to your heart's content. But there's a lot that is very similar. It's interesting, you'd be surprised, right? I'm only at 500 lines of code. So there's 500 lines of assembler, or assembly code, right? So how far can you get with your writing in C and you've got 500 lines of code? It's not really very much. 500 lines. You know, this is a whole sprite engine. And it's a lot of these lines of code. I mean, like, you can just discount, this is all data definitions here. You know, it's like, to this point we're only looking at, well, this is 500 lines of code to here. Oh, there's all this stuff. It's surprising, isn't it? Now, people might look at this and say, well, it's not very complicated. But actual fact, it is quite complicated. I've got, you know, the rotating of the sprites, the buffering. I have to prepare the draw in order to make full use of the time that I can, the clear time that I have for writing to the screen. It's fascinating. Now, I wouldn't be writing everything in assembler, but the point is that it's not as bad as it gets painted to be. So if you're ever working on a system where you are very constrained for memory and you're very constrained for CPU speed, or you want ultimate performance, and you're working on specific hardware, so in this case I'm working on something for this ACORN, for the ACORN Atom. It's very specific hardware. The point isn't trying to make portable code here. I'm not trying to make portable code, although you can use an emulator these days, so even then you can say it's portable code. But I'm not trying to do this for portability. I'm trying to get the most I can out of an old system. But could you imagine if I don't know, things come to mind, like for example switches for Ethernet, you know. Are Ethernet switches and hubs and so on, are they written in compiled languages almost exclusively, or do they actually, for the purpose of optimization, go as far as assembler programming? Because you would think that if you want to get the most performance out of hardware, you should go that far. Or if you are, I don't know, making a graphics driver for a specific piece of hardware and you really want good performance, isn't there an argument for then investing in some specific code for a specific hardware? It seems to make sense to me. But maybe I'm just old-fashioned. Maybe we should just use Boost. Just use Boost. I was talking to a company once that was in that field, and the guy I was speaking to said, oh, well, we don't use assembly. I was thinking, why? You build hardware. It's like, you can't get much more hardcore than hardware. And you can't get more unportable than hardware. So if we spend all our efforts creating hardware, why can't we create software that's designed to work with that hardware as efficiently as possible so that we can make things go as fast as possible? Anyway, yeah, maybe. Still, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put a different hat on. I'm going to put the sprite hat on. No, I'm going to put on the hat that says I'm an artist now. Yes, it's time for computer art. A, B, C, D, E, F. I need to letter G. Well, the letter G, I can start with the letter C. How's that? So that's A, B. Oh, look at that. 7E. I copied just the one from above. 8-1. 8-0. 8-0. Artists today, they complain about tools. We used to construct bitmaps just from hex. That's what I'm doing right now. You tell young people of today that and they won't believe you. That didn't do anything yet. But I do have now a new letter. G, no, it's just C. I need to turn it into a G. So for G, instead of that one which just goes bar like that, where's my C for reference? Let me see the C. Where did the C go? Thank you. At the bottom end there, I want it to just go 7F so that I fill in that bit. It pops up there, and then, yeah, and then on this one, we had 8-1, and this one we also want to make 8-1, but maybe if I make it 8-3, I'll end up with a G. And what I want to do now is put number 6 in here, and then I can also make this sliced, and then we can go to 7 sprites. Well, there's my G, which has, I've got a graphic bug there. I've got bad artwork there. I've got a missing pixel. And A is not working. Oh, I know why, I think. I need to change my slicing cycle to 7. So that hopefully will fix that problem. But then the other one is I need to change my letter G is wrong. I need to go up 1, 2, 3. It's the 4th pixel up. 1, 2, 3, 4th pixel up. We have 8-3. No. Oh, it's 3rd pixel up. It's this one. Should be 8-1. Right, let's try this again. Okay. Not a fan of that G. G's a bit... I don't like that G very much. It's also not moving. The reason for it not moving is actually just that it has a 0 velocity, it turns out. So 1, 0, 0, 1, -1. And we probably also... Oh, let's see. Okay, so the G's working. I just want to change the graphic of the G a little bit. So 8-3, I can go from 8-1, 8, instead of 8-3, I'm going to use 8-7. So I brought it down and extended the length of it a little bit. Oh. Maybe get rid of that little bit. That's better. So I've got myself a letter G, and now we shall make an H. Of course, what's H? It'll be 8, 1. Whoop. And then the next line down, also 8, 1. And the next line down, also 8, 1. FF, 8, 1. 8, 1. 8, 1. 8, 1. We're not going to see it because I need to put in here. We're going to go with number 7. We're also going to time slice this one. It's going to have a different velocity. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need to put some kind of location for it, starting point for this one, and then need to change this to 8 sprites, and we need to set our slicing cycle to 8 as well. And we now have a letter H. There's decisions to be made here. Do we put the horizontal of the letter H a little bit up or a little bit down? So at the moment it's just above, because it's 8 pixels, so I can't actually have it completely in the middle if I want to get the maximum size out of the sprite. I think it'll look better with it below. So we can try that. 8, 1, 8, 1, 8, 1, FF. Yeah, that does look better. So here we have 8 sprite. I've just got 2 more now. H, I, and J. Oh. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. Oh yeah, it was J, not K. There's a J is the last one. Let's do I. I is going to be FF. Oh, I needs to be symmetrical. So I'm going to use FE instead. Otherwise it won't be symmetrical. That's FE. FE. No. FE. FE. 1, 0. It's the stalk of the eye of the tiger. FE. And yeah, we got the FE there. It's all good. I'm going to set this to 9 and this to 9, and yeah, well, some kind of random position for this thing. 100. Oh. 120 against 87 or something. Velocity 0.5. It's a fixed point. I can't say 0.5. The X velocity low byte. Flipping heck. That's not very good tabbing. suppose I could do a search and replace for this. That might not be a bad idea. So search and replace 0 with 0. Just still have to tidy it up a bit, because I've kind of lost track of what's what here. Okay, that's cool. And so, where were we at? That's A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I was doing H, I did H. Now I need to do I. And what I want to do is have an X velocity of a half, which would be 128 in fixed point there. And I need to put it in the 1 in the Y. Oh no, 1 in the Y, like so. Let's see if this works. Hey, Juanja, how you doing? Good to see you. Remember last time, it was a few days ago, I was doing the slicing, so I've got the slicing to work, but I had to sort of refactor some stuff, which I did earlier in the stream. It was an interesting problem. The issue was that it was drawing to, I had a buffer 1 and a buffer 2, and the whole thing was wired up so that it would flip which buffers were being used. But now if you time slice, and the time slicing was not synchronized with that, it would fail to work properly. So I have to now have it select, buffer 1 or buffer 2 in software, so to speak. So each sprite tracks which buffer it used last. And so by changing that, that got rid of the problem. Yeah, they're moving more slowly because of the slicing. So this allows me to cheat and get more sprites on the screen. That technique was the technique I used like on the original game. So I have two A's. The reason that there are two A's is because I need to put 8 here. So that will fix that problem. And then also that A is jittering. You see that jitter? I'm not entirely convinced that jitter is the engine, but do you remember what I was saying about if you want completely smooth movement, you have to move 1 pixel per frame? That A is moving horizontally half a pixel per frame. But something looks a little odd about it, so I'm going to just reduce the speed. Hang on. No, that looks correct. It's got kind of a feel of South Park to it somehow. Hey Refly, thanks for stopping by. Good to see you. Have a good night. Yeah, I think that's working okay. I'll put it back on full speed. And the jittering is in the emulation, sometimes it jitters, so it seems to be doing that. We've still got two A's, which I don't understand. Why do I have two A's? Oh, I didn't. Oh, there we go. That's better. So we've got I now, but I is, yeah, that time, that's much more smooth. I is not time sliced, so let's turn the time slices. There we go. And I've just got one more letter to do, which is J. And J is a bit like an I. So we can go FE 10 10 10 10. How many have I got left? 3. Okay, so I'll do the little curly bit of the thing, bring that in now. So 10, so then it will be 90. 50. And no, that's not 50, is it? 50. Yeah, 50, and then finally ending up on 30. That should give me J, which is the 10th letter. So 10 letters, and this particular letter is going to move at minus 128 VL V high. I need to go -1 on that one to get minus ½ pixel per frame. And let's try that. So I think we're good with that. And then I need to go to 10 sprites and set the slicing cycle to now 10. And I should have, well, there's J. Not a very nice J. I might work on that. But yeah, but for some reason J is not time slicing because I forgot to add a bit to make it time sliced. And here we are. Now, this is the game. If you imagine that I now have a ship that flies around, and you have to go through these, and you've got to avoid colliding with the wrong letter. And the game is basically a collection game, but with shooting and stuff. So basically you fly the thing around and you can shoot. But you need to primarily keep yourself alive by refueling. And you refuel by collecting the letter, and they have to be collected in order. So as you start off like this, you'd be flying around and go pick up the A, and you could wrap around the screen, and then you pick up the B, and you go and pick up the C, wherever it is. There it is. And that's how it worked. And the thing was that as you picked up the letters, you have fewer letters on the screen, and they speed up. Because, I mean, I could get them to move faster because there's fewer letters. And that actually became part of the design. So early on, the challenge is to avoid crashing into the wrong letter. But as the letters get fewer, it becomes quite a challenge to synchronize your ship to hit the faster moving letters at the end. So this is good. There's a good step here. Right, what's the next thing? We need the ship. So I will make the ship the 11th sprite here. Now the ship, of course, what shape should the ship be? Well, it should be a Y, obviously. How many sprites can I have? Oh, I think I can have 32. I need them because I'll need to put a score in there as well. So anyway, we'll put the ship in next. One zero, 1 0, 1 0, 1 0. 2 8, 4 4, I need to add one in. I'll work from the bottom up. 8 2. 4 4. 2 8. 1 0. That should be a Y. Now Y is going to be sort of in the center of the screen. Maybe 128 by 96. It's not going to be sliced, and it's not going to have any velocity, and it needs to rotate. Oh. Well, the first target today was to get the slicing to work. Now I don't know how far I'll get, but right now I think the next target is to get the ship, the player character, right? Get the ship, and I was just remembering that the ship itself had to rotate and could point in 16 directions. So I don't have a sprite rotation routine. And really a sprite rotation is just ludicrous given how the lack of power here. On the other hand, no, that would be too costly. So what I did back then was I used 16 sprites, images for the ship. So that's going to be interesting to figure out how to get that done well. Well, right now I'm just going to try and make the Y sprite for the ship appear. Number of sprites 11. I think I'll get a Y. There we are. There's the ship, which would be a Y. Of course it would be a Y. This game was based on letters. So you can imagine that ship flying around, but it needs to be able to rotate. So I'm just going through my mind about the rotation in 16 directions. And there's no option of dynamically rotating the letter. I have to build 16 sprite images for this. Which is expensive, because what I'm thinking about here is I have 10 letters. I'll need to have 4 Greek letters, so that's 14 letters, 14 characters. And then I need to have 10 digits for the scores. So that's 24. And then I need 16 ship sprites. And so that takes me over 32. See, my sprite engine doesn't support that many. So I've got to think about this a little bit. So probably I ended up using a custom sprite thing for just for the ship, but I don't want to really do that. I mean, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 32 sprites available here. But hang on a minute. Hold your horses. The digits for the scores don't need to be shifted. They can just be copied over. They need their own custom sprite routine, own custom drawing routine, which is fairly trivial. So the digits 0 to 9 don't need to be sprites. So now let's redo the counting. I need to have 10 letters, 4 Greek letters, that's 14, and then I need 16 sprites. So that's 30, and I have 32. So I could do that. And it might be possible for me to be clever and sort of do mirror images. That's actually, I can mirror vertically. I could potentially mirror vertically, so I could reduce it down from 16 to 8. Mirroring horizontally is difficult. It's just slow to mirror the bits. So I think I'm okay to go ahead with that plan. So my digits 0 to 9 for the scores will be handled in a different way, and then I can have different memory for that. Okay. And what I'm thinking here is I might want to have my ship in a different... Well, I need to figure out how to design it, to be honest. And at this point, it's too complicated to do it in my head. I could just do a sprite. I think, did I have something, a sprite? I could probably use an online thing. And what do I need to do? How do I change the sprites? I'm just looking at a random thing here. Hang on. So I could be looking at this and going, can I have, can I change the size of this thing? It doesn't really matter, I can just do it like this. So the sprite would end up being, I suppose, I don't see if there's a way of changing how many pixels there are in this sprite. Let's try something else. Whatever, I'll just use it anyway. So the sprite pointing upwards, 1, 2, 3, 4, onto 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So like so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So for the sprite here, we can just do okay. So that's the one that I already put in, which was 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. Okay. And I think I'll just write it down. Oh, I'm old-fashioned. Oh, how about I... actually, what I could do is... So use the scratch buffer and just put these in. If one to rotate a sprite, why not start with only the first one and then the rest of them? Well, part of the problem is that this rotation I have to do by hand because it's pixels. It's pixel art. If you were to mathematically rotate that, you wouldn't get a very good solution. So it's not the same. I mean, normally that's what you would do, is you would sort of figure out a rotation by 1/8 of a circle, and then just rotate again. But I mean, I don't know if I could. It's true though, I could try. I could see what would happen if I was to use GIMP. Get GIMP to start up. But it's not really a tool that's designed for making sprites. Oh, hang on a minute. If I'm looking, I could put that up there. So, and I can't see a thing. I'll put new, and I want to do a new thing. I'm going to say it's a sprite that's an image that's 8 by 8. So let me do that. Here's right. There's my 8 by 8 sprite, and then maybe we need to get the size right down. Maybe we need to get the color. Maybe that's a better thing to use than I don't need this thing. I'm just going to use GIMP here. Oh, right. It's like I really need only one color, but whatever. Okay. So this builds my sprite up. Oh, come on. That's really annoying. Oh, because it's they don't build tools for this. Hang on, I can't see the menus. Hardness. Or spacing. Force. Yeah, I want it to just change single pixels. Brush. No. One. No. Who knows? All right. Anyway, look, I'll try. So on this, if I go and clear. this user interface of this thing. Let's draw the, right, I'm going to try and see if I can. So there's my ship. So if I go and say select all and then attempt to rotate, and so I want to rotate it say 60 degrees. And you get a mess. Let's try that again. Let's try 30 degrees. And I suppose if I rotate that again, I'll try rotating it again, and I've also got different colour. I need to make black and white image as well, but let's just ignore that for a minute. So we'll go and rotate another 30 degrees. And then, you know, maybe rotate another 30 degrees. And so you get the point. This isn't going to work. So, yeah, I think what I'm going to do is figure out how to. That was not a useful tool, that tool. I need a tool for this. I'm worrying. See, this is the same thing. It's still just the same thing. Now I have to worry about tooling. So I'll put that back there. I suppose I can zoom in. And we'll start off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh no, it was the. What did you do? Undo. Oh, jeez. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. From here, 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. So that's one sprite which I already have. So what I'm going to do is just write out the binary in a line, and then I'll need to sort of copy that over by hand. Now if you're wondering how I convert from these pixels to a number, there are 1, 2, 3, 4 pixels here, and then 4 pixels here. Binary 0, 0, 0, 1. and this is 0, 0, 0, 0. And so the first 4 bits make the top character, which in this case is 1, and the bottom is 0, which is 1, 0. And I'm going to write them in up here. 1, 0, 1, 0. Let me just, oh, jeez. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so it's 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0 is describing this line up to here, and then I need to do one more 1, 0. Then I'm converting them in my head, so that's 2, 4, 4, 2, and then 8, 2. 4, 2, 8, 1. That doesn't feel right. There's 2. Yeah, I got that wrong. Let's back up a bit. This is not 2, 4. This is 2, 8. 2, 8. 4, 4. 8, 2. So this is 0 degrees. And now we'll do the next one, which I'll have to manually draw. Now the next one, if I'm making it faithful to the original game, it needs to correspond to when you shoot your bullet, the bullet moves off 1 pixel horizontally to 2 pixels vertically. So this corresponds to a triangle with sides 1 and 2. What's the angle that you get if you have a triangle of sides 1 and 2? So this is a right angle triangle with a side of 2 and a side of 1. So what you want is the arctangent of a half. As the calculator. So it's 0.5, 0.5, scientific, 0.5 inverse tangent. Which I then need to which is in radians. So then I need to multiply, oh geez. No, it's degrees. It wasn't, it was in degrees. So what's going on there? The arctangent of a half. I don't think it did the arctangent. No, it did the tangent of a half. A horrible calculator. 0.5. And then we do the right, it's 26. I thought it was about 30 degrees. It's 26.5 degrees. Classic game shoots are all vertical one, yeah, but not this game. This game had 16 shot directions because I wanted to have more than just 8 directions. I wanted more. So, and I didn't know about fixed point at the time. So the way I did it was by making 2 units of movement in one for every 1 unit of movement in the other. Anyway, it's about 30 degrees. But what I'm going to do is just draw this out by going, okay, the center, we need to define where the center of this sprite is going to be, which is interesting in itself in this sort of design point. Do I want it to be there? It probably wants to be here. So I need to move 1 across for every 2. So we go not like that, but like that. and then that. So then I can clear this off and clear this off, and this would be my direction. I need to figure out how I fill in these bits. And this is a 45°. So where would that need to be? Well, in the end, when you're building this up, I can only pick one of these slots, and in fact you can see how when it rotates the legs are going to go outside the bounds. So what it is, it has to be a general kind of fakery of it, and you mess around with it until it feels right. No. 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 Maybe. Sort of squint. I suppose it doesn't need to be perfect on the first attempt. No. No. Definitely not. I think that's as close. Right, there's something wrong with this end. No. 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 I thought that's almost right. No. I remember doing it. I would have done this on paper. Okay, I think I need to set. Let's go back. I think it's important that the rotation point is well defined. And I have to, yeah, the rotation point, and it's not going to be so hard. Once I've got one of these odd angle ones, then I can copy them for the others. Then there's the diagonals, isn't there? So maybe it's better if I take that off. And then this would be from here to here to here. Well, you can see that that has moved over 2 pixels, so I guess this one would move over less. It would move over 1 pixel. And I think this one would have to move over 1 pixel. So we can do it like that, and then figure it out in between. Okay, that's good. I'm getting there. That's the solution. Now I could do that or I could do that. Neither of those are perfect. I think in the end I went with that one. No. Or maybe. Oh, lots of squinting. I don't think I can do better than that. I mean, I'm going to look at it from a distance and see what's it like from a distance. Yeah. I'm going to go with that. That's the best I can do for now. Right, so there, now I need to encode this. So this top one is 0, 0, 4. 0, 8, 0, 8, 1, 0, 7, 0, D8, 0, 8, 0, 8. Okay, so there's my in between north and at the 45 degrees. So now I need to do the next one. So for that next one, this point here, we'll just do the end bits again. So those are the end bits for that one. Actually, let's go back to this is the bit that needs to be kept in the center, and now we go off in a diagonal. 4, 4. Actually, will be better to leave it like that. So this goes off like this, do. And for the 45 degree, this one will come out here like this, and this will come out here like that. Where this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want that end bit. I don't think it can be done any better than that. I mean, I could play with trying to fill in these lines here, maybe, or maybe put this in this. No. So we'll just leave it like that. It's good enough for now. So this one was for the. I'm going to call it 30 degrees ish. So the next one is 0, 0, 0, 2 0 4 0 8 F 0 1 0 1 0 1 0. So this is the 45-degree one. Next is quite easy, hopefully. 1 2 3, just checking the center point again. You know, I'm going to mark the center point. It's here and here would be the center. So now this one needs to go off that way. Becomes that. So this one's easy. 8 0 4 0 2 0 1 F 2 0 4 0 8 0. No, I missed a character. So because it starts off with 0 0. So 0 0 8 0 4 0 2 0 1 F 2 0 4 0 8 0. This is the 90-degree one. Now, I picked a shape for the awkward angle. I need to redraw that. So that awkward one was 0 4. What was 0 4? I should have copied it. 0 4 0 0 4 0 8 0 8 1 0 7 0 D8 0 8 0 8. That's the one, right. So if I've got that, I don't know if I can, well, let me copy it. Copy paste, can I copy? Surely there's a copy. No. I could add a layer. All right, I can do this with layers, so fair enough. So what I need to do now is rotate this by 90 degrees. It's a good way of doing that. Probably I can take a screenshot of this just to save the on the brain work. And if I open that up, can I rotate this? I just want to rotate it 90 degrees, please. I know those deluxe paint, I mean, those packages were designed for making sprites, and they were really good for that. But no, I don't think there really are particularly good tools these days for sprites. Anyway, I've got it, the screenshot. I've figured out how to rotate. I can rotate it by 90 degrees. So I'm using it, the rotated one, for reference as I try and build this out. So I want to try and keep the center point the same, which is, this is the center. So from that center point we go 2 pixels and 1 pixel, like so, and then this has to go 2 pixels, and it's actually 3 pixels that way. So I've actually lost a pixel here, but you know, I don't think that matters too much. Well, we'll see. This comes up from that center. No, that's the center from there. So from here we have to go up 2 across like this. No, you don't really want that one there. Let me look at it from a distance. Yeah, it's not going to get better than that. And it has to be manual because it's an approximation. So I'm going to go with that. So this is the 120 degree one. 0, 0, 4, 0, 6, 0, 2, 0, 7, 0, C, E, no, CC. 0, 2, 0, 0. And that one is 120. Come on, where's the tab gone? Why can't I do a tab? Won't let me. Oh, I don't know why. I don't know why. Plane mode. Plane mode. Text mode. Thank you. So we're at 120 degrees. Now it should get faster again. So if I want to rotate around this point still, let me add another layer. Okay. So the point I want to rotate around is this one, and now I need to make 120 degrees. I need to make the 135 degrees, or the diagonal here, which is simply that. That will do. Tweak it later. So it's 1 0, 1 0, 1 0, 1 0, F 0, 4 0, F 0, 8 0, 4 0, 2 0, and that's 135 degrees. Now we need to go down. Yeah, now it's interesting, this way it's shorter than it was the other way. Well, I'm going to just do it, if I want to keep the center point the same, so I might have to go back and shorten the other one, but that's a tweak. I'll tweak it. It's easy to tweak these once the basic form is in there. So I'm going to go and do 8, 2, 4, 4, no, 4, 8, 2, 4, 4, 8, 2, 4, 4, 2, 8, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0. And above the top line is 0, 0. So this one is 180. Now, we need to do the one that's the reverse of this one. If I could flip, there must be a flip facility. How could there not be a flip facility? I don't know, this is just some random tool. Flip. No! I don't want to flip the whole sprite. I just want to flip the region. Oh. Okay. I have colours here, don't I? So if I'm going to flip this and have that around here, I need to just, I can mark, I know. Let's just start with that. I can follow the pattern. This needs to be 1, 2 pixels across, but it needs to be 1, 2, 3, 4, which here if I go 1, 2, 3, I can't go down to 4. So it's got to be that. That's the direction the thing is pointing in. And let's get the that would be there. That's one leg. And the other one is there. Yeah, that's as good as that's going to be. So I'm going to put this in as 2, 0, 2. This is how the video game industry was built. People everywhere doing this kind of thing. It's amazing, really. And now we're rapidly moving to the point where we don't even need to do what we're doing anymore, because the future is AI. He'll just make the game for you. So make the game for you. All you need is a crowd. Anyone with a crowd will be able to make a game. Just need a bit of AI and a bit of popularity, and that popularity will that popularity will also be driven by AI. I think all of the whole of the YouTube thing, you know, the influencer thing, is in the end they're also under threat from AI, because what if the point of the whole thing is just to drive traffic and grab the attention of people? People have already managed to do that with just technology. How many videos are there now? There's like the SpaceX videos or whatever. It's just text that is using voice to text to speech, and you can use all kinds. There's so much. I mean, I use it for my videos. All the footage from, I use story blocks. So there already exists probably. Are probably already using AI that puts together videos. So you have the speech, and it picks the clips out. It writes the text for you. You just need to say. You don't even need to say, I want a video on the topic of. It will find the vid topics. You do it all. That's where we're heading to. And so, you know, everything that we consume is going to be made by machines. But of course, that at some point is going to be limiting. I mean, because you're still relying on human beings. Nobody wants to rely on human beings. Clearly, I mean, that's why we always wanted to get things done without using human beings. But you still need human beings, don't you, to pay attention. So the revolution that will occur after that is where the entire audience is also AI. Because in the end, people will be reduced down to just being, you know, you call them money pumps. It's just that's all that we do, is we push money around. You know, we watch stuff and say, "Oh, that would be great. Let's go buy something." And so you're earning money to spend money, and it's like, but so inefficient. We could just do it all with machines. You could just have the audience as AI, and it goes around clicking. You can simulate a productive member of society with automatic transaction. I know there's one guy who's already gone and taken he took ChatGPT 4 and he asked it for a money-making plan, and apparently that's working entirely for him. But I don't need him then. It can just have the money-making plan, because you just virtualize everything. It's just great, isn't it? And that we'll be able to move the money around faster than we've ever moved the money around before. It's going to be incredible. It's all, you know, all the media generated by AI and watched by AI and automatically clicking on things with AI. I imagine there'll even be AI trolls and everything. Tell me I'm wrong. That's where we're going. We've got the world in just one mobile device. But that's it. But soon you won't need the device, and you won't need the person looking at it. Because the point is that it starts off as technology being there to serve humanity. It always ends up with humanity serving the technology. Tell me I'm wrong. We're so dependent on the technology. Can you really say? What's the difference? You know, if you can't quit, it owns you. Am I right or am I right? And so that's why I'm doing this game. That's why I do any of the creative things I do. There's only one hope, which is that in a world where everything is fake, things that are real will have real value. We can hope. 2-0, 2-0, 3-6. One C. I just thought of I'm thinking of plot lines for books. I don't know why. Here's one. The interest in politics declines in a society to the extent that democracy is no longer able to function. So to compensate for the lack of interest from the people, algorithms are used to predict what the outcomes of elections would be if the people of the country were interested. We can't. People aren't taking any interest in politics anymore. I'm not saying that's the case right now, but imagine that happening. People are not taking. We need to figure this out. We need to have AI replace the people. If you disconnected from the net one day, you feel ugly and dead? I hope not. This is a weapon. It's a weapon against the tyranny of fake music, which I know is also taken over like everything else. However, I predict that if society survives, this onslaught, things like music as activities that human beings do for their own expression, growth and humanity will become a thing, really important thing. Because the point here is that if honestly anyone is disconnected from the net for a day, I tell you, if I'm disconnected from the net, it doesn't bother me at all. I just grab a musical instrument and I'm right as rain. Have something that you do for yourself, not a validation that you get from what others say about you, not from chasing likes or not just anything like that, but something that makes you feel good. And you know, I'm getting on a bit now. I want to chase things that make me feel good. I want to do things that make me feel good, and they are generally not sitting passively and letting other people or things do things to me. You know, I can't change the world. I gave up trying. But I can change whatever comes into contact, I come into contact with, my opportunities, the choice. It's like, what shall I do now? Shall I chase some kind of endorphin, follow an endorphin trail on online media? Or shall I do something that makes me feel good? Like, actually makes me feel good. This makes me feel good. That's why I'm doing it. And then I'm sharing it. Why am I sharing it? Because I'm also don't want to be alone. It's like being a flower and opens up and there are no bees. I wonder if that flower will feel lonely. Well, I don't know whether the flower would feel lonely, but I know that it's like I don't. It's just like we're human beings. We are here to connect with each other. We're here to, that's what we used to do all the time. What did people do before social media, before the internet, before these things? What did they do? What did they do? They talked to each other in person. I'm sitting in this house, in a street. There are thousands of people within walking distance of me right now. Thousands. And I never speak to any of them. I curse the technology because I find it such a frustrating sort of substitute. Think about all of the technology that I can use for music. I don't think it's a good thing at all. I use it because otherwise I wouldn't have anything. But if I was to go back 100 years with the music that I feel within me, that I express, that I want to, I've done a pitiful job of exploiting, of developing, really, I feel. Pitiful. But part of that is just that music is something to be shared. How can I share it? I can make a video and a song, and I put the video up. I consider it an achievement when it gets 100 views. Whew. But if I go back like 100 years ago, I would have easily been able to find people to share music with. I try now. Try use technology, like, Vamper. It's like a Tyndall for musicians. Tinder for musicians, not Tyndall. What's a Tyndall? I don't know. And I've tried this out. It's like, contact people. Oh, there's someone near me. There's someone near me who plays a musical instrument. And you send messages to them and you never hear anything, and nobody ever says anything. I think one guy said something to me that was just like, good luck. It's like, great, this is amazing. So I'm sorry, but like 100 years ago, I wouldn't have had any trouble meeting musicians. So, yeah, you have to wonder, don't you? Is it really an improvement? And I like the streaming thing because this is off the cuff. There's nothing, this is genuine. Hello, I'm a real person. I'm doing my thing. I've got one person watching me. And Sharancha, that's great, because I wouldn't meet you otherwise. I'd be just sitting here. Tony! Hey Tony, how you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, coraggio. Yeah. It's like we do the best we can with what we got. And But I'm right, aren't I? It's like, this is, if there's any hope, as the whole thing spirals into a world of delusion and illusion, the one thing that's going to have value is sincerity. And that's why I say, above all, be sincere. And you could criticize me for a whole heap of things, but I hope one thing I could never be criticized for is a lack of sincerity, because that is the future. Believe me, the future value of humanity, the thing that can keep us going and save the world. The one thing that can save the world is sincerity. Don't be serious. Be sincere. We have far too much seriousness, far too little sincerity. Thanks, Tony. They've got a whole bunch of them. I was getting them all serviced. It was a great luthier. He had one of my guitars when he died. That was a shock. I was like, you know, he used to come and like pick up the guitars, and he'd bring the guitars over when he'd worked on them. And he's worked on a whole number of my, I think it was probably 5 or 6 guitars, because it had been so long, a bunch of them had been neglected, and did great work. And he was a singer-songwriter as well. And then he had my cherry red Washburn HB30, and he sent me an email and said, I've received the new bridge, I'll be fitting it, should be done this week, you know. And he was always very communicative, and then I didn't hear anything, and it was like 2 weeks went by, I didn't hear anything, and I sent him an email and he didn't reply, and he was so reliable, I was actually getting concerned. And then I called him, and a relative answered and said, he wouldn't even answered. It was a text message I got back. And that was sad. Lou was his name. The Axe Whisperer. So he worked on and of course the guy was always so reliable. Ow. He was extremely reliable. Well, the relatives he had guitars that he'd been working on for people, so I had to go and pick up my guitar. And it was perfect. He'd finished the job. It must have been the last job that he'd done. It makes you think. So this is one that he did, which is my guitar that I've had since I was 18. This is the guitar. I'll be streaming more music. I'm just figuring out what it all means. Come on, put you back. Anyway, this is a slight detour away from video game development. I didn't know him that well, but it's always a bit sad when you know anybody and then they die. And he was a few years younger than me. So it certainly made me think, what am I doing with my life? What am I doing? And I was also thinking he was he was a singer-songwriter, and then what happens to his songs? And it's very easy to be precious about one's artistic works and one's music and that kind of thing. And then I had to remind myself there are so many people who've written great pieces of music nobody's ever heard. Perspective. Signature one from Ben Woods. I know Ben Woods. But, as the saying goes, the Buddhist saying goes, there they are, some short, some long. He died battling cancer. Anyway, back to my silly game. So 235 degrees, 45, 90, 135, I'm not sure about this, these angles here. Oh, that's not 90, that must be 60. All right. I've kind of lost track. The best thing I can do is put these in. So let me try putting this like so. We'll figure it out. If not in this civilization, we'll figure it out in the next one. So if I think what I want to do is put the 16 sprites of the ship here. So that's 4 rows basically, which will give me the 16. So let's start with the first one, which was 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 2, 8, 2, 8, 4, 4, 8, 2, and something went wrong. 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, that's 4. There should be, is it 5? 1, 0, 2, 8, 4, 4, 8, 2. Right, so if that sprite, which is the ship one here, if we use sprite 16 for it, I should still see that, yeah, there it is. So I've switched that to sprite 16, and that, of course, it looks the same because that was the same. Now I'm going to try the 30-degree one, which is 04, 08, 08, 10. 04, 04, no, 04, 08, 08, 08, 10. 70 D8 08 08. So I've entered in the second sprite, and hopefully I will be able to look at that beautiful thing. It looks horrible. This thing, it never looks the same when you actually come to So I might need to tweak that one. Or shall I move on? It was yeah, but it looks horrible, doesn't it? I could try a little tweak at the top. If I was to just change that to 8, would this look any better? No. Why didn't it change? Oh, because I'm changing the wrong place. Dear me, it won't work there. I have to change it here. Oh. So it was 04, but what I could try is start with 08. Let's see. See? That doesn't look too good either, really. I could go with, oh, let's try 04, no, 08, 08. Switch that to 10 a line earlier. Let's try this. Now, one of the things though is that this was displayed on a TV, and the picture quality was, we would blur things out, so it probably looked better. D8. I'm going to change D8 to which one is D8? Oh yes, that one. So I could get rid of that pixel there. which would be 98. I think that's a bit better. And I could probably just get rid of that pixel too, which would be 90. Yeah, I think that's better. It's not going to get better than that. So let's say that one's done, and then we'll go on to the next one. So the next one is 00, 02, 04, 08, 10, 70, and I'm reading the wrong line. Let's try that again. 00, 02. No, I'm reading the wrong line again. No, I'm reading the right line. It's this line. This line, Dino. That's the line you're reading. 00, 02, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 04, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 08, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, F0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0. So this would be the 45-degree one. Sprite 18. Yeah, I think I'm going to leave that one there as is for now. The next one. Okay, 00, 80, 40, 04, 02, 01, F2. Oh, I've gone out of sync. 0080402001F. 20. Okay. 20 40 and 80. And so this will be sprite number 19. The ship disintegrated. That's definitely that one. That one did not work. Right, let's check again. 0080. It's not 04, it is 40. It's not 02, it is 20. Yes, I was out by 1. 1F 204080. No, no collisions yet. Collisions will be interesting though, because the way they do the collision is I put that into the sprite routine. So when drawing the ship, what you can do is you can check to see if when you clear the ship away, there's any residue left, because you exclusive oring. So it will slow down the routine a bit. But anyway, the ship basically was pixel detection. So as it's drawing the ship, if the ship touched anything, any pixel that it modified through the exclusive OR, it'd be able to detect that modification. And so it had pixel perfect collision. To the point that, you know, the letter C there is like, you could refuel, you would refuel by touching the letters, and you could just clip the letter with just the wing and it would catch it, but it would need to be actual pixel to pixel collision. Well, you could fly into the sea, so the nose of the ship would actually go into the sea, and it wouldn't register the collision until it actually made contact with any of the pixels. Pixel perfect collision. You tell me where you see that these days in any modern games. It's actually really hard to do. But here I am on a 1 megahertz 6502 8-bit machine with no graphics acceleration, and I can have pixel perfect collision. So this is one of the things that there was a great variety in video games that were made in the past. Great variety of things that were done that influenced the beautiful game designs. They're now lost. And that's one of the sad things, you know. I didn't. Taxi Driver #1, but it also had perfect pixel collision. But I don't know. I think I have played it once, but you get this kind of problem all over the place, really. I like the game. One of my favourite games ever is Magic Carpet, the original version of Magic Carpet, and it has a wraparound world, which is a beautiful idea. It's a wraparound world. It means that you have a limited space to your world, because you don't have to therefore create a kind of a world that goes on forever. So yeah, you can constrain that, but it never blocks you. You never stop flying. You keep flying along. You can fly forever. It will just wrap around and keep going, to the point that you can also see ahead, that you're looking ahead and you see the world ahead of you as the wrapping happens. The wrapping is completely transparent. It's so pain to do that in modern engines, but it has such nice properties from game design. Well, now if you want to do that, and I had some streams way back when I was doing experiments on this while streaming, you know, and all the jiggery pokery you have to do to try and emulate something that, guess what, you build your own engine. I mean, obviously Magic Carpet used a custom engine, and you make the engine work, say, in fixed point rather than using floating point, and then you have your coordinate system constrained to, you know, some power of 2, and you get that wraparound to the pixel, to the polygon level, to the right, everything just wraps around, because the whole universe is a wraparound universe in effect, and you just get it for free. And so, and of course, people might say a wraparound world is a bad thing. No, it isn't. It was beautiful. This game has a wraparound. So when the ship flew off one side, it came back up the other, like the letters do here. Like that C is about to go off the screen, and it pops up on the other side. I've got to do a bit of work to prove that a little bit, but the point is that this wraparound thing was, I mean, you think of asteroids had a wraparound, but we lose stuff. It annoys the hell out of me. It's like, why do we do this? It would be like if we were doing music and in the end everybody just plays the trumpet, and the trumpet's the only instrument that anybody ever plays. It's like, I'm seriously considering starting over, going back 40 years and doing it all again, but doing it properly. And starting with the ACORN atom and seeing how far I can push it. Yeah, pixel perfect with collisions in 3D is something else. Anyway, this sprite here, I'm missing what. This is going to take me forever. It's tedious, but I have to do it, otherwise I can't really complete the game, and there's no shortcut. So this particular sprite that I'm doing is a 90-degree sprite, which I put in position 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's one missing here, which is the 60-degree ish, approximately 60 degrees. I'm going to have to do that one, but also this one that I just did is you know, I'm going to, maybe I'll just put FF for the ones that need to be finished. So this one that's missing, this one is missing. FF just will light up all the pixels. Oh, I'm excited to get this game done again. Then I can do a sequel to Letteroids, a game that only sort of got published. It got published by the publisher. By a publisher, only publish it if I replace the letters with something else, and it's like totally missing the point. That the whole point of the game is that you have to refuel in order. So I came up with some kind of solution just to get a paltry couple of £100 or whatever it was, or probably nothing, but of course it just ruined the game. So I can fix this problem too. I can release the actual proper version of the game that never got published. The way this is like the game developer's cut, you know. It's annoyed me all these years. It's like, ha. So anyway, where was I putting? There, I'm putting the data in here, and I put in FFs. Let's just check that FF is right. It should just, yeah, I get just a filled-in block. So then the next one would be the 90-degree one, which didn't work out too well either, but 0, 0, 80, 40, 20, 70, CC, 0, 2, and 0, 0. I'm trying that. Oh, I'm not going to see it because I need to move the thing on one. That's a little disappointing. Or maybe I did do that. I'm confused. $16, $17, $18, $19, $20. Oh, I think I pulled out the wrong one. Try start again. Oh man, it's difficult. 80. 0, 80, 40, 20. Yeah, I switched to a different one by mistake. 1F, 20, 40, 80. It's not worth me making a tool because it's just for one use. Okay, that's the Y one. The one that I'm missing is the in-between one. But I do have one, the next one, I saw that because I jumped to the next one by mistake. And this would be a mirror image of the one I'm about to do would work. So let's just try that one first. So this one is 0040, 60, 20, 70, CC, 02, 00. So if I move on from there to number 21, it's not great, but I think I can improve it. So we start off with 40, the next one was 60. If I make 60 just another 40, I can remove a pixel. I think that's all right. Maybe I could extend the leg at the top a bit, so that would be another 40. And then maybe, and then well, a 40, 40, 40, and then it would be 20. I think I can move to the 40, from 40 to 20, a little higher up, and move the pixel. Oh yes, that's much better. That's good on that leg anyway. Then on the other leg I need to remove this pixel here, I think. So I'll see that happens when we go down to 20, 2070. That's 3 pixels in a row. If I change that 7 to 3, I remove 1 pixel. Yes. I think that's not going to be any better than that. And if I could reverse these. So that one that I just did is this 120 one here. I might be able to reverse that one just in situ. Oh, I definitely can reverse them, because it starts off with a 0 and it ends with a 0. So if I write these backwards, and the one that was originally, oh no, yeah, the one that's originally a 7's, oh, I changed the, oh, I have them here, I can just, oh. Let's start, I'll tell you what, let's start at the end here. There's a 0 which becomes a 0. No, I'm going to, let's be sensible. Let's do this properly. I'm going to read off what the new ones are. So, 0, 0. 4, 0. 2, 0. 2, 0. 3, 0. CC 0, 2. 0, 0. And now I need to reverse that one, which becomes 0, 0. 0, 2. CC 3, 0. 2, 0. 2, 0. 4, 0. 0, 0. And then the only thing is that the 3, 0 needs to be in the same place if I keep the rotation point the same. So this actually becomes that. We'll see if I'm right. I'll try it. So the next one is 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 2. 0, 1. No, not 0, 1. CC. 0, 2, CC. 3, 0. 2, 0. 2, 0. And 4, 0. This might be, did I put it in the right place though? I didn't, did I? This should have been where the FF was. Ah. Right, okay. So I have to do it again. FF, let's put this, I should have been overwriting the FFs. FF, 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 FF. Now, I need to do that again. So the first one is 0, 0. Second one, again, 0, 0. Then next one is 0, 2. Then the next one is CC. The next one is 3, 0. The next one is 20. The next one is 20. And finally 40. Right, and so this one is this is sprite, no, 16. This is sprite 17, this is sprite 18, this is sprite 19. The one that I just... Why did I make it 120? Because it's not really 120, it's 60. This one is sprite 19. No, 19. So we need to... on the 19. You don't hear that song very often these days, do you? That worked. I've got the 60-degree one, and then I can go from this to number 20, and from that I can go to 21. Now I need to go to the 45-degree one down. 20, 21, the number 22, which I have a pattern for, and number 22 will be the ones that I just made as FF here. So 22 is 10, 10, 10, 10. 10, 10, 10, 50, 80, 40, 20, no 50, FT, F0, FT, 80, 40, 20, and this is number 22. Catastrophic. That could not be more wrong. What went wrong? Why am I... Oh. 10, 10, 10, 10, F0, F0, 8, 4... Yeah, I typed it in wrong. Ten, 10, 10, 10, FT, 80, 40, 20. I didn't type it in wrong. Oh, right. It was a mistake. It's not 20 but 2. Oh, come back here. It's not 20, it's 2. It's... Oh, tired. I'm getting tired now. It's 20. This is 4 instead of 40. And this is 8 instead of 80. Right. So... I've got that one, and I need to flip to do the next one, which is number 23, is 135 or it's 90 plus 60, it's 150. So 150, this would be number 23, and that one is the mirror image, 150, which is, should be the mirror image of number 1, of 17, is the mirror image of this one. So I should be able to just flip this one around. 08, 08, 80, 0D, 07, 81, 80, what, something wrong, 08, 08, try it again, 0808, D8, 70, 10, 08, 08, 04. But I need to make sure that the center point is correct. But I know this means I need to shift it over by 1. So I will. I lose a pixel off the end. I think that's the one I need. So we're going to try putting that one in, and this is number 23, which comes in here, and is going to go in as 08. Why did I put that there? Just randomly in the middle. Start from the top. 08. Oh. Why am I starting from there all of a sudden? I'm reading it backwards. I'm really getting tired. Okay. 00, 08, 08, D8, 70, 10, 08, 08. Oh, and this would be number 23. So I need to just try this out. 23. That's ugly, isn't it? Because I reversed the wrong one. Oh, all right, let's just clean it up. I think that the second pixel, if we look at the pixels from bottom up on this set, we have 40, no, 08, 08, and 10, but I think we should move to 10 a bit sooner, so we'll try that and see what that looks like. No. Zero, 8. Well, I think that's not going to get any better. So we can try removing off of this pixel here, which we do by going into this by saying 108, 08, D8. So this D8 becomes 98. I think I did that somewhere else. And then I think, yeah, I remember doing this one before. See, 9, 8, but we want to get rid of that, becomes 9, 0. That's close. Could try extending 0 at top. Good. No. I'll use the wrong one. Okay, we'll maybe move that over 1 pixel. So if I look at that 0, 8, 0, 8, 0, 8, I think that 0, 8 should become 1, 0. Or maybe not. Yeah, I probably not be able to get it better than that for now. So let's just leave that one. So that one is numero 23. Then we need to do the 180, which is numero 24. Which is here, and this one goes 0, 0, 8, 2, 44, 28, 10, 10, 10, 10. There's my Y going down. And that's pretty much half of it done. Be nice if I could see it rotate, I suppose, but shall I do that before? Finish it off. I don't know if I've got it in me. I'm getting a bit tired now. I think I'm going to leave it there. I'm just too tired. But you know, we've got a bunch of. Oh, you know what I'll do? I'll just make it spin. It's a good thing to end up. I'll spin. It'll spin a bit. So to make it spin, I just need to change the value in the sprite in here for the sprite number index 10. So I could do that probably quite easily in here by saying in the loop increment remember anything anymore. Right, so what was it? Sprites image. Increment sprites image plus 10. That might be enough to make it spin, at least for the sprites I have so far. Oh, that was interesting. That's it's terrible. Look at that crash. Why did that go wrong? Oh, because I'm exceeding. Yeah, I'm going out of bounds the array. Load a sprites image 10. Clear carry. Add with carry, immediate 1. And immediate and immediate 31. Store a sprites image. It will cycle through all the sprites. Maybe. Yeah, it's cycling through all the sprites. It's a bit too fast to see, isn't it? So I can just cheat and slow the thing down. You can see it spinning. That's it. I'll carry on with this hopefully tomorrow. Take care, everybody. Thanks for watching. And remember, above all, be sincere. Not serious, but sincere.